Good morning. Okay. Today the plan is to go through the improvements to the training code that I was on up late last night discussing with a few of our users. We're going to see if we can get like a really clean entry point style interface to the main training code. And then we're going to see if we can write some decent docs for that, put together a good sample project. And then we'll see where that puts us. Probably have to start on the packaging, all that stuff. Next couple of days is just going to be like really trying to crank out the last things for this release. Okay. So to get started here, the thing that we want to do is take all of these little snippets and cleanly make entry points for these separately. That was the suggestion that we had. Do like this, load config. Now this stuff I don't quite know what we're going to do with, but I think for now what we do is we just take this blob of code and this will go like here. And then this one here, this is the training entry point. This probably will be able to be simplified. And what else do we have in here? There's all this importing. There's also this loading code. I don't know if this should go into, this is not loading of configs. We do know this is going to go into evaluate. Missed one line. I missed a line. Profile. And then export. Now the main thing is just going to be how we get this loading code into a decent spot. We just get rid of all this. I mean, that's still a fair chunk of code, right? So this can be let's see, realistically, so this loads the env, and then we have a bunch of policy loading code. And then this local rank, this just has to be called before. Where's this have to get called? I think when you make the policy, you have to do this, right? Okay, we can punt on that for just a little bit. So this can be load checkpoint. And we still have tons of stuff here. Do you want to pass vecenv and policy? It's a little bit at odds, right? Trying to provide a entry point interface, and at the same time trying to provide a importable interface. The entry point has to not take args, right? I mean, realistically, I could just make like a load everything, right? Can you make an entry point function take optional arguments? You probably can, right? Like you might not be able to pass them from CLI. But you should be able to make take like ** quargs or whatever. Okay, let's assume that that's possible. And then this is like load config. And then we do like load env. Creator. Like load. We're not going to keep all these little functions, but I thought there's like a second distributed thing. We can leave it alone for now. This loads the policy. Oh, you need a vecenv though. if you wanted to like just have a load everything, right? So it's like args equals load config, and then like Joe Spencer. Forcing actions to be... Yes, so that is a thing. I thought that I'd fix that. It shouldn't be the env binding though, it should be the D type of the numpy array that you pass to it. Right? You're doing continuous, right? Or something? So by default, the gymnasium space is a float 64, and you should double check if also numpy 0's defaults to float 64. Just multi-discrete. Env bindings forcing actions to be... Well, how's that even possible? Like, where are you seeing it? Hang on, let's just do this if you're free. Sure. Yo.
Yo.
1 second, let me... So freaking paranoid about every time something itches, it's like, oh, do I have a tick? So what's going on?
In my GPU drive.py file,
Mm-hmm.
when I'm passing in my slice of actions,
Mm-hmm.
it creates this like ghost error where it's assuming I'm passing in, well, I'm passing in, I guess, a float 32 somehow, and it's only accepting float 64. It's like
What do you mean it's only
the only way I
accepting?
was able to, it wouldn't even get to the binding, like endbinding.h file. It would just fail immediately in the attempt of calling it.
What's the error message?
Action tensor pass is float 64, parenthesis pass NP float 32 buffer.
Okay, so that's supposed to do the opposite. So that's supposed to prevent you from passing float 64s by mistake.
So right now it's only forcing it as, if I force the actions to be a float 64, then it goes through.
So, I mean, I have this on my
Which
screen
is
here,
still
right?
incorrect because like it should just be whatever the type I pass it in the first
Well, the
place.
reason we did this is because, like, there's this really dumb quirk where, like, so people are used to torch tensors, which default float 32. But if you do numpy,
Mhm.
it defaults to float 64, which will totally screw you in most cases. So we just
Mm.
disable float 64. So this is
Mm.
supposed to be doing the opposite. This is supposed to be disabling float 64. Is there a reason that it would be? I mean, look, it's a check that the action stride is size of. Do you have 2 actions?
Yes,
I wonder if that's why.
because multi-discrete, so it's 2 actions.
I wonder if that's why it does it. Because it's checking the stride. Hang on, pi array stride. This probably gives me bytes.
I couldn't even find where this like error is being tossed.
Line 74. If you just look for the error string, it's in the env binding file.
Why does yours look different than mine? But wait, are you in env binding right now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I
Wait, is
think
the
what's
file you're in right now? What file are you in?
ocean env binding.h.
Uh, what?
This should be item size, I guess.
Am I in the wrong file? I'm so confused. How did...
Maybe I can do item size.
I feel like I'm like looking at a ghost. Because in my end binding file, although it claims that air is being tossed, I don't, if I type in Command F float 64, it doesn't exist in my file.
Huh. Well, I see what could be an error here, so this could just be item size. I'm pretty sure that would fix it. Give that a shot.
Okay, well, step one is this is weird because I don't even see the thing you're looking at in terms of my files.
Should be there.
I
Is
mean,
not synced.
I'll sync my fork again, but I mean,
I can push this as well if you want this item size change. I'm in the middle of hacking up the clean PufferLib file though.
one sec, because like this is just like really trippy to me because I don't even understand where this is. Wait, what? It just like magically appeared? Dude, that is like real weird. The version of I must have had a different. All right, well, let's try again. See what happens. This may have been like I just had a dev that was just like that didn't exist right before I pulled it. I don't know. Find out what happens now. Okay, so what was the fix you did? You changed it to item size?
I can push it for you. I didn't test it, but okay, we'll try this.
Okay.
And then yeah, my plan is to attempt to get the version of the clean PufferLib pretty well that we want to ship today. And to have entry points and docs and all of it done. However much coffee that takes.
Pull this in. Negative, still angry.
Did it actually rebuild?
I'll delete the build folder.
And it is crazy how bad like release work just messes with me. It's like I woke up feeling like good and ready to like finish this stuff, and as soon as I like look at it, I'm just like bored. Is why it's like this is why it's so important that like if I don't get a release done in like a week or whatever, it's gonna be a month because like of how slow everything gets. So I'm just gonna try to like blaze through this today as much as I possibly can, and just like have something damn shippable. Because otherwise, it's just ridiculous.
Your goal is to get all this kind of early stuff done and then still run experiments.
Yeah, I think that the main things I have to finish, right? So I have to finish cleaning. This is kind of part documentation in a sense, because like me cleaning this up makes the docs really easy. I think the docs are literally going to take me like an hour once I have the demo file cleaned up, because there's going to be nothing to document. It's going to be so easy. Um, so I want to do that. I want to have the docs. I gotta get the package build, right? And
Hmm.
then we have to dial in the final sweeps defaults that we're going to ship, which I've been running experiments for in the background over the last few days. Um, we have to like go through the old M's. Honestly, I think I'm gonna just delete half of the so-called supported M's that aren't really supported because nobody uses them, and they just like add bloat. Um,
Hmm.
like all the old shitty ones that you'd have to be insane to want to use anyways, we'll just delete, and we'll make like Atari work. We'll make Procton work. We'll make like the classic ones that people want to work, right? And maybe we'll ship like an Atari baseline as well from a sweep. Um, Yeah, and then other than that, it's just like little bits to clean up here and there. Like make sure all the M's are on the new bindings, make sure all the logs are good, make sure all the M's have like baselines, all that crap. Any luck?
No, I'm gonna use one of the other things in there. I think it's just like a how I'm passing it. I think I just need to give it. The right thing. But at least at this point, I can actually like work with it because before,
Well, yeah, you're not. This is stuff that's gonna confuse you though. Like, well, maybe not. You've done enough system dev. So I mean, the issue here, right, is that like you can't introspect types in C, right? So the idea was the only thing you can do is you can check the byte size. So if you pass me something that's not 4 bytes, it should complain. You see?
well, I'm just saying at least I can like work with it. Before it was like saying an error existed on a code that didn't exist in my file, and
Must have compiled it and then pulled or something.
I must have compiled an old version, pulled, changed it, and
Yep.
then so apparently even if you run force on setup.py,
It
it does
doesn't.
not
Yep.
it doesn't overwrite. You have to actually delete the build folder.
Yep. I
So
might
that was
have a
also
workaround for that. I have to figure out. I don't know if just including the extra files, the source files, would fix that. The thing is, like, you could technically have an arbitrary number of .h files. So, like,
mhm.
yeah. But I mean, I think we can at least get your main one, and if you decide to write extra files for no reason, that's kind of your problem. Anything else I can do for you, or can I get back to doing dish?
No, you can go back to doing your thing. I'll figure this out from here.
All right, see you,
Thank you.
Spencer. Cool. Who's yakking at me in development? Oh no, here. All right, 1 second. Let me check a couple messages. Oh, perfect. I'm gonna have to take a freight delivery soon. I think what we'll do is we'll just 11. Yeah, I will keep on this for a bit. So I have to take freight. Then I get my new chair. Args and name. Two questions for you, hopefully. Yeah, go for it. Are you in like a garage that looks like a gym behind you? I'm in the puffer training facility. It is for training agents and for training myself. So servers go on the racks in the back. We are in the process of moving our servers here and also getting some new ones. And then, yes, we also have some gym equipment for training of me. It's a warehouse. This would be a ridiculously large garage. It's pretty nice because like I get so much more exercise in having this literally be in the same room because I can just decide like, all right, I've done a bit of work. Let me go clear my head for a second and just do this. There you go. Robotics PhD student in my second year. I feel the urge to go the full Unix setup. I don't want to give up Windows. Then use WSL if you have to. I got sick of it, and I just ditched Windows, and I deal with, the occasional Linux bugs. But if you don't, just use WSL if you don't want to do that. This is seamless. Well, it's a little different if you're on a laptop primarily. Linux on laptop, there's always freaking issues. Heck, I put Linux on my new Razer laptop and I've barely used it because, well, one, I have this set up, but also it's got trackpad issues. The drivers. So honestly, like, if you want to keep both, what I would suggest you do is you get an extra box. Well, I guess it kind of depends on budget and stuff, but like if your lab gets you a box or whatever, you just have a separate box that just has full Linux, or even a server build of Linux, doesn't matter. And then you just like run your training runs there SSH'd. So like I have this box here. This box has a 4090, which is like nice for me testing stuff locally, but I don't really train stuff on this, right? Like other than like doing perf tests and things. I do most of the training runs SSH'd into any of our server boxes. Like we've got, where's it? We've got this set up here. These machines are actually going to get moved to right behind me from where they are right now. Yeah. And we just do our dev, like, we just do our experiments SSH'd into these. Google Slides, Google Slides or Google Docs. I haven't used Word in like, I don't think I've used Word since I was like 14. Quixotique. That's an amusing name. Welcome. Alright, so this actually works here. This trained correctly? Yeah, this does. So I mean, this isn't bad. We like can clean this up a little bit and then just have like the load stuff split up a little bit. I know I don't really miss like having standalone Word apps or what, like it's kind of just bad anyways. If you want like a non-web local option though, I used Libre for a little bit in undergrad. It was like fine because I didn't have to write that much. Well, it's not totally true. I kind of did do a fair bit of writing in undergrad. But it wasn't like technical writing, so like you didn't really need to format shit, you just needed to write. Okay, so this needs to be loaded in here, so it should be args. Not what I wanted. Doing something screwy. $200 lines of code. Used to scare me back then, looks scarier now. Look. Okay, this config loading stuff, I hate having 200 lines of config more than any of my users do. I've been trying to cut this thing down a ton, but it's actually pretty damn complicated what it has to do. It's not just like, it's not like a one-line load thing. This thing actually gives you, let me see if it works right now. Okay, look at that. So this thing gives you this whole menu of args. This thing is dynamically populated based on the env that's specified. So the default is breakout here. So this has this frame skip param because breakout has frame skip. All right, so you have your full help menu, but I can do this. And now look at this, I have snake ends. So dynamic help menu populated by config files. So I had to do some extra stuff for that. But it means that you, if you need help, if you don't know what the args are or whatever, you immediately have access to everything. Oh, hey, welcome, YouTube folks. Fair few on today. For anyone new here, this is ultra high performance reinforcement learning dev and research done live. This is all open source and free at puffer.ai. You can play some of the games. You can watch like the neural nets play some of the games in here as well. And you can start on GitHub to support, and you can join the Discord if you want to get involved with open source contribution. It's a great way to get into RL. And what we're doing this week, this is all like pre-release packaging work because we're leading up to our next big milestone release. So there's like a lot of just little fiddly bits of dev work around that. But as soon as this is released, the plan is that I'm going to be doing like a ton of just hardcore algorithm dev and just trying to really figure out how we push RL to be, well, to be what it should have been for the last 5 years. Okay, so what we're going to do here, the point is that we add entry points. Can you do like train? I wonder if this like works. Build is so freaking slow. So this is how long it takes Python to do anything. When it's literally, it's not even installing anything because everything's already pre-installed. I mean, I should just be using UV. I haven't had time to fully integrate, like, I haven't really had time to integrate UV yet. It makes, like, some dumb opinionated choices about how you should do dev. And there is my freight. I'm going to go get this chair delivered, and then I will be back here with more dev. You streaming all day? Yes, as soon as I go get this chair delivered. Where I woke up and saw you streaming, now I'm about to go and get it. What time do you wake up? I wake up usually between between 7 and 8. But then like I go run, I get a little bit of exercise, I do other stuff like several days of the week, so it takes me a while to get here. I don't know. The work hours honestly aren't that crazy at the moment. Like releases always are just a drag, so I always work fewer hours like around release. Anyways, let me go get this chair and then I will be back in a bit. Okay, we're back here. So let me at least fix the camera setup for now. But I'm like sitting way too low down in this thing. Do like this for now. Yeah. I do like this chair, but I neglected to consider if it doesn't swivel, it's kind of tough to put it in front of a desk. Yeah, this keyboard's super high up. See how comfortable I can get the thing. That would be a keyboard on lap angle for now. It is very comfortable though. I'm just down too low. I'm trying to think what I want to do for now to make this like reasonable. This isn't terrible. Well, whatever. We will we'll try it like this for now, and then we'll see how this goes. I think realistically, I'm just gonna get like a 4-inch swivel base to put under this thing, and then I'll be good. Oh, pi n side. My keyboard on lap. Nah. Do it either. Well, I'll just deal with it for now. It's like very, very clearly 4 inches too low. One thing I am going to do is bump this up because super far from monitor. And I should probably do move the mic a little bit as well. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so plan for now is get the entry points all set up and see how the train file looks after we do that. I can tell this is gonna be good though. It's kind of crazy how big of a difference it made in Florida when I like replaced the office chair with a lounge chair. It's just like immediately the desire to just get up constantly and not be at the screen. It just goes away. So this now runs. Hmm. How do you do like multi-word console scripts? This doesn't work. Oh, Ray did this. Let's try it with hyphens for now. Then we'll see if I can get spaces to work at some point. Still building. Okay, so this works with without the hyphen. So what we're just gonna do is we're gonna like Let's just define them all, and then we shouldn't have to keep waiting for this bloody thing to reinstall every time. Okay, so this is like pretty much what we'd want to expose, right? And now when we edit the code, it'll just edit the, it'll update in place and we won't have to keep rebuilding. I think what this technically does is it just generates you, it probably just generates like a dot file or something somewhere. What time is it for you? Noon. So this should run eval. But it runs training for some weird reason. Is it running training? Oh, yeah, it is running training because I have experiment here. So this should now run eval. There we go. Except it's not doing anything, which is a little awkward. Extra window for this. Okay. I do have to have the font super big here though because I have a little bit of a glare and I'm sitting way too far away from the monitor. I'll have to order something for that. You can probably get like a I need like a 4-inch thick Lazy Susan pretty much to just stick this chair on top of. Okay, so we do just get a clean breakpoint. True. Okay. So re-render. Okay, so we get actions, right? Oh, something just got unindented, didn't it? Yeah, something got unindented. Wait, what? While... am I just not seeing it here? It's like looping without stepping the nth. Okay, while true. Render. Okay. So no grad here. Sample logits. Reshape. And it just freaking skips the rest of this. How does it skip the rest? Like, how's it skipping this? No, that's bizarro, right? Oh no, there it just stepped. Well, wait, why the heck is the pufferfish like? The puffer's way up top. Oh. Hang on, it's because... I see it. This goes here. There we go. There we go. Now this works. We can just call PufferL eval. And this will load whatever. Okay. Do PufferL train. Train. And we should be able to load... Was it load model path? Okay, so here's this. These are not good hypers, or it's like not running long enough. One of the two. So what we can do is load model path 63. So now we actually can just load in the model we just trained, which is not a great model, but you know, it does okay. Pretty decent. Now we just need profile, export, and sweep to work. And yeah, and we should be good. Profile, export, and sweep. The way that we do this, we get args as load config, then we take this stuff, we put this here. This. Now sweep is probably still going to take Neptune, right? So PufferL. Item size did work. Setup doesn't overwrite the build file. Yep. I'm trying to figure out why that is, Spencer, but yeah, it's kind of gross. Oh wait, even if you delete the build file, it doesn't overwrite the build file in OceanM. Okay, that's screwy. That's really gross. Okay, we're gonna move Neptune anyways. What do we think of this, though? This sort of a thing. Can you pass some quargs? Like if I do like this. Yeah, you can pass quargs. If I can do like args is none. I do think I need to have a way to separate the loading of the backend and the policy, which is a little annoying. Speed dropped like a rock. MISC time is 71. Which MISC? Train MISC or eval MISC? Logging, Spencer. It's probably logging every tick or some weird thing. That'd be my initial guess. Amazon, late Susan, Air. Oh yeah, they sell these. Let me message. Damn that, man, that's quite the setup. Well, I'm about the new chair is about 4 inches too low, so I'm like sitting super down here. But yeah, Puffer CLI is not in 2.0. No, it's literally being developed right now, and literally all it is, it's the same as just importing the file and running the function. It's just to give you the ability to run training without having to clone the repo. That's all. Because people ask for that. Well, this thing can be, like, some of these are pretty easy to fix. If I just do these, like, one by one. Like, args of end of name. Why does syntax highlighter still show this? Oh, you have to do this, dummy. Alright, and then PufferL. Evaluate. So this is now just... I guess I need, like, the first however many lines of experiment. It'll probably be something like this. Okay, so the only thing that I need to figure out now is how I make it so you can also pass this thing, right, without making a total mess. And then we will be good. Let me look at the load functions. If I don't mind repeating a little logic, it's easy, right? 2.0 has sweeps, but it doesn't have our custom sweeps. It just has integration with WandB's existing sweeps method as well as with carbs. The new protein algorithm and our new sweep stuff is in dev. Yeah. I mean, our dev cycles are pretty long, right? Like, we only do 2 to 3 major updates a year. It's all open source, so you're free to, like, grab dev at any time. And, like, if you have problems, I will help in Discord. But then this is also something that we do for companies, right? Is like we deliver like the bleeding edge features from dev, like integrated for people specifically under contracts. So we keep our dev cycles long, and if you want this stuff that's like bleeding edge early in a corporate setting, you can pay us for that. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to like just jump on the Discord and say like, hey, I'm trying to build like an env, or I'm trying to do something for my project. How do I like pull the latest stuff, and we'll help you. Actually, this kind of helps. I can sit up like this. This chair is actually big enough that I can sit cross-legged on it. In Discord. Yeah, I mean, we're so far ahead in dev right now. Like, it's literally our reinforcement learning is a different field with PufferLib, Puffer Dev versus 2.0. It's straight up a different field. Slowly piecing it together. It's going to be very easy. It's just like there are a few last annoyances that are like making stuff confusing, but it's going to be very easy. At least that is my goal, is that this will be easy. So here's the idea, is that like we'll just do like args equals args or load config. Super Maven must know my coding style, because this is not the common way you would do this. That's pretty good. Do the same for... Well, for sweeps, you don't need to be able to do... You don't need to be able to pass a vec or a policy for sweeps. Do you? Do you need to be able to pass policy to sweeps? You need a policy creator, I guess, right? Which is not like... And we're gonna just leave the stupid thing as is for now. Fix the rest of this and not stress over the small stuff. Alright. Auto-tune. Have not used this in forever, so we'll like... We punt a little tiny bit here. We can probably still clean some things up here. Okay. Now you can call this yourself. You can call this yourself just fine. This still feels like a deep call graph, right? Like, is it just me, or does this still feel like a super deep call graph? I think the main thing I don't like here, I don't like that train calls experiment like this. Experiment feels redundant. I think what this should be is, so experiment, we put this here, all right? So this code is now just here. And then for sweeps, train of args, backend, and policy. And honestly, do we need backend? No. Do we need policy? No. So we can literally just do train of args. That's even easier, right? Boom. Now this is pretty flat, right? So obviously sweep is going to call train. But then train is this like relatively short piece of code that just interacts with this clean PufferL, and clean PufferL is clean PufferL. So like in terms of the depth of things, this is 2 layers deep. Pretty much, right? This makes clean PufferL. Clean PufferL does training. I think we're happy enough with that. And then this make policy function literally gets called once. So this can just go here. And this takes spec env.driver env. Driver env. Not bad. Now we get rid of this annoying little make function. And the only last little annoying function, frankly, is this downsample linear. Which, like, we'll get something for that. And now we are pretty flat. Now we still want to do something with init. Where does this get initted? We only call this here, right? Yeah, so this whole init function is just because we have logging done in clean PufferL. We could equally well do this inside of experiment, right? Or inside of our new train, rather. Let me just see what happens. If I delete this, and then here, we make our trainer. Okay. Config of tag. This takes args of tag now. Run ID. this. For this. Yeah, we don't need this tag in here, do we? I don't see tag anywhere. Nope, no tag. This goes away. This is just return logs. Found this game Replicube. Ever heard of it? Nope. Oh yeah. I saw this on X actually. Oh, that's funny. This guy's actually gotten himself quite a bunch of sales, it looks like. Good for him. I play a few games. I try not to too much though because I try to just get my work hours up. But especially around releases, it's hard. A lot of the release work is just super boring. And it's not even like boring work that I can like sandbag on either, right? Like the stuff I'm doing here, like making it a little simpler or not as simple is like a huge difference for usability. It's just freaking boring. I want to be back to algorithm dev or like experiments or just like engineering something, right? Let me see how bad this is gonna look if I do it this way. I think it's like this, and this gets copied one more time here. Like, eh. Okay, so it's something like this. Turn model path shutil dot copy model path to path. Why did I do this again? Opinions on absolute zero. That's the new evolutionary thing, right? Like you assume I've read it. I haven't. Looks like cool stuff, but like LLM land is LLM land. I've been stuck doing this release. And that's actually not even necessarily on the list. Like, the list of papers that I really want to dig into, it's going to be like, some search-based stuff from U0. It's going to be like some world model stuff, some off-policy stuff, and like whatever else DeepMind does, like maybe some algorithm stuff. We need to copy this at all. Here, let's do it like this. Return. Wait, what? No, it's return model path. Oh, and then actually, do I have run ID? Need this for checkpoint anyways. Alright, so now we have... Yeah, this doesn't get used anywhere else. Init. For these can get pasted. This is init 1b. Okay. Neptune goes here. Lost. And offline. This is super annoying to sync, so we're just going to do this. For this. Okay, so what did I break here? Parentheses. What did I forget to close? Not seeing it. Oh, bracket. Got to close this. Okay, so if we can get this to be like a reasonable size piece of code, we will have really cut down on the function bloat here. Does it make sense to have a log class? It probably does, doesn't it? Yeah, it's Python. Python, you do it that way. Fine. Let me try it. Breakout also just dropped in speed. Alright, I will test. That's weird. Something screwed up then. Is it on debug mode? It's possible it's compiling a debug build. I don't freaking know, man. I'll fix everything though. Okay, we'll fix like this weird thing. I'm getting somewhere. Okay, so now we can do like this. Get rid of this if statement. And that's now something that's like kind of reasonable. So here. I mean, that's getting to be close to. And then you just do like this, right? Run ID is logger run ID. Okay, so we load the config, we load the env, we load the policy, we have a logger. Make some args, we instantiate, make a PufferLib, whatever. Eval, we train. Do this, we do this, we do this. Cool. That seems a lot simpler, right? And I can even do this, so I can give you I don't like that. Yeah, it's okay. I think it's okay. Have like this. Ooh, yeah. 1086 lines. Grew a little bit. I think we can get rid of some of it, maybe. Oh, this calls a knit one to be, doesn't it? Missed that. We'll get to that. Type. Multiple values for run ID, really? I guess because you can pass a run ID. The thing. This thing run ID. Okay, so we're back to this training. This is nice. We'll have to fix a few like little things. I'm mostly, let me see if like layout wise I'm happy with this or not. I don't think I'm fully happy with this quite yet. It's getting there though, it's definitely getting there. So things that I'm annoyed about. This function is fine. This is like generally kind of okay. And there's like sweeps. I think it's mostly like the eval load stuff. Oh wait, you can actually, you could make the logger thing, I guess. You could make the logger thing here. See how I want to do this? So we'll do like this, I guess. And then download. Okay, this will look like something like this, I believe. Okay, so we have use artifact. Okay, this is resume must. Load ID and resume. We'll like fix what the resume is as well. so we do this. Now we have data dir. Yeah, you just have to return the whole freaking path, don't you? Like this. Okay, so, and now we do path. This is path. Okay, so assuming I get all of this to work as written here, right? Assuming I get all this to work as it's written here, and I just debug all the dumb little things, I think this is pretty decent. I mean, compared to what I had before, we have entry points. It's importable. It's callable as a script. You no longer have to read all the config, like, loading crap if you don't want to. Because, like, you know, you start reading here, and, like, the first function after these helpers, right? The first real thing here you get is train. Train is 50 lines. 806. 45. Okay. So it's like not even 40 lines of code. Loads config, loads env, loads policy. It calls functions, but they're pretty flat. Get your logger thing, which is just like super dummy little easy class. It's in the same file. You can really easily just jump there and see what you're looking at. You make the train config, make PufferL, which is now stateful and kind of has to be because Python. So I think this is fine. You do eval train, eval train, eval train. You have your logger. You're set. It's pretty decent. I think pretty decent overall. And let's just see how much crap is duplicated. I mean, obviously this little load stuff is going to be semi-duplicated, right? But then aside from that, it's like pretty decent. This just calls train in a loop. Got profile, which probably needs to be updated, but whatever. We don't care that much about this one. We got export, we got auto tune. I don't even know if you need to be able to do all these things from the main script, frankly. Keep them in there for now, and then you have your loads, load env, load policy, load checkpoint, load config. Reasonable-ish. Yeah. So I think we just make everything work, and we test stuff, and we should be good with this. You need to know steps. This. Fine. We'll do 1B after. I get this train working. Okay, train actually runs. Very good. Try with Neptune. Tags is bad. Let's fix tags. This. Module Neptune, sys ID. Okay, so now we can run. And then we're going to want to eval, so we're going to want to be able to load this thing. And then we do puffer eval, dash dash, Neptune, load, ID, AB31130. Dash. And Scott was this use RNN. We don't have a load policy in here. Because you didn't call load policy, right? Okay, so like should be able to download. Okay, it's just not in there, right? No, it's not in there. That's a 1B1. It's a little bit annoying that it just kind of doesn't download a thing. Is this it? No, this isn't it either, right? Not here. See if this gives you anything. Attempting to log a type. Read-only mode. Okay, so you have hell? Oh. Wait, download destination as artifact. File path. Model 00126. I see. So I did this before. I must have had some rename thing on this. That was probably what the move was for. Yeah, so this is what it was for, right? Is that you copy this and you name it the run ID. So that way that it actually so that way it actually uploads it under a reasonable name. Move it. Well, I have to rerun training now, don't I? Fine. Welcome, YouTube folks. Goal at the moment is we just have a nice clean set of entry points for PufferLib. You should be able to train, eval, do all your stuff from command line if you just want to run Puffer on one of your M's or on one of our M's. And then you will also be able to import and use these if you want a little bit of slightly more granular control. And then you can, of course, just edit this file if you are actually a researcher and want full control over everything. Self run ID. This should be self dot. This. Okay, so there's a decent model. Load ID is 3, 8. Boom. That easy. We can make 1B work real quick as well, right? Valid for resume. We allow. By default, this should be allow. No attribute run ID. Okay, and there now we're tracked with WandB. The load ID is right here. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. You have the ability to save and load Neptune, save and load WandB. A few other things we need to be able to do here, but that is a very solid start. I don't think where we go from here. I guess I just want to like read through line by line. Just like maybe from here down. Use the restroom real quick. Go walk around. I'll be back in a couple minutes. And I need to get the damn Lazy Susan for this thing because it's impossible to get out of this chair. All right, we start reading code. I'm gonna play with this interp at some point. Other than that, easy dumb no op class. Neptune logger. This is fine. This. Save a line. The Neptune log. Double redundant. This is fine. 1B. Fine. Coaching shot. Don't save all the code because it's huge. Config tags. I think it's fine. Log is just log. Add file, log artifact, finish. Then download, artifactor, datadir, model file, path. Okay, training. Our triple load, followed by logger. I let you pass your own logger in if you want. Train config, PufferLib. Train config is fine. Generally is all good. You have clean PufferLib. Okay, all logs. You append to logs. Do 100 iterations, which is going to be this is going to be dependent on our final experiments, what we do with this piece. We take mean and log, do log again, append to log, like that the order is different for this. We'll do it this way. Yeah, that's good. Then eval. Does have this slightly janky override, but no big deal. Reset the end. Now the one thing I don't like is that load policy is the thing that sets train of use RNN, which I don't like that at all. So if anything, I think that I'd like to do it on load config, right? RNN class. So this is going to be arg's RNN name. So we'll put it there, if anywhere. Until I figure out a better way of doing that, at least. better than I had before. Okay, and so now in eval, get the policy, which now this can go. This still kind of just goes here, doesn't it? Do this. Then this is our normal state code. Got our save frames. A few small to-dos. Got our sweep code. Target key. Target total time steps okay. We set up and do our sweep. Profile. We haven't messed with this. We don't care about this. We don't care about this. Load env. Okay, let's see how redundant stuff gets here. Like a little bit redundant. Since that we do this. It's not bad though. We get policy class. Why do I do this stuff up here? I'm gonna do this. Do like this, right? Way easier. Okay, now this local rank thing. We do this on train. I think we can do this in train. Right? Okay, so now that'll always get called. Load policy. Way cleaner. Then this calls load checkpoint. Which is a little weird because I think we also have load. We also have try load checkpoint. So if I only call this here, I think I should just put. I think I just put the code in like this. For now. So we have load policy here. This never gets called. We don't have a way to resume like an existing experiment, I guess. It's kind of scuff, isn't it? Slightly bigger map. Working on port. Should be sending me more soon. Hopefully one is giant. Awesome. I'm working on making the release done. Just get rid of this for now. I mean, I kind of should have a resume. I kind of should have a resume, right? So I guess the way to do this is I can actually make this easier though, right? So we just go to like this load policy thing. Zoom state. This is like no, this is just args. Hang on, the path is just the load path. Load model path. Wait, we do like optim path. Path dot. Yeah, we can do something like this, right? State. Okay. gonna be like something like this. Okay, and then what we do is torch load this thing. So we do now load policy. That's still awkward as hell, isn't it? I mean, realistically, this gets called once, so like, cool. So now I think we have everything. Because does it make sense? Hang on, does it make more sense to have this clean PufferLib load? I don't think so, right? Hmm. The thing is, like, this load function also gives you it's both like getting the class and then potentially loading weights for you. It's irritating because like you don't want to make one of these at eval time, right? I think it's better to just like damn it, it's like awkward is the thing. It's awkward that you can't use the same loading. what if we actually keep this? It's like it's irritating because you have like the downloading, you have local stuff, you've got like a lot of different things to consider here. I want to make it not confusing. I think I'm gonna go nuts if I keep looking at this. I think I'm just gonna do it this way for now. Okay, so if I just say we're gonna do it this way, write a reasonable code size again. The load is not awful. Hang on, this still doesn't load. I still didn't do it. Oh no, I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, so this is like somewhat janky. Not that bad though. I'm sick of looking at it. So let's just get this thing working now. Start running some tests. Affected all tensors on this. Get out of here. How is this still not any good? Okay. Hey Maxwell, passionate about electronics and artificial intelligence. Just to build a career that combines these two fields into one profession. Kindly guide me on what I should focus. Well, that's going to depend very well, how far along you are. What book should I read? How to create an effective roadmap. Professional expert. Advice would mean a lot. So, electronics and AI. I mean, hardware and AI generally is robotic stuff. But I don't know if you mean like that's more. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff in that, man. Like, there's AI being used for chip design right now, right? That's like right up your alley. That would be right up your alley there. Um, that's probably going to keep increasing, and there's going to be more of that in the future. Um, you kind of just have to learn both things and then look for opportunities, right? Like I don't do electronics, so I'm not going to be able to tell you what the best opportunities are for overlap there, right? It's like you have to kind of be one of the only people that's doing two things in order to be able to see the opportunities. So those are that's like probably a more common overlap than many other things. I Yeah, I'd have to know you you could be anywhere from high school to like grad school to you know midway through career and wanting to do something new. So like the answer is kind of going to depend a heck of a lot on that. Generally though, like if you have some base background of coursework, some like pretty minimal base background, um on the research side of what I do, like you start building projects and reading papers, and just like the way that you learn to do research is to do research. That's true of many things. Like I don't have a reading list for you because I've literally never read an AI textbook. It's just not like a particularly effective way to learn stuff. I mean, what I did is I read a bunch of papers, I implemented a bunch of projects, I started doing my own research that, like, you take an existing thing, oh, what if I did it like this other way instead? And then from there, as I got better, I started, instead of doing that, it's like, instead of what if this but that, it's like, what if entirely new thing? And then try it, build it, see if it like helps. And you just gain more and more independence and autonomy in your work in the process of doing that. So yeah, give me some more details. I'll give you some better advice. Yeah, so this ended up being on CPU for some dumb reason. Probably this. Thank you for answering me. I mean, I didn't give you a great answer. Like, I kind of would need to like I'm gonna give you very different advice if you tell me like you're in high school versus like you have some background in some other thing and you're trying to like pivot, right? Like I get people that ask me for things that are at very, very different points in life and like have very different base levels of experience. Interested in learning RL but have no background in AI. Prefer to avoid heavy theory. Generally in AI, like it's better to have some math than no math. Um, at least you got to understand what a partial derivative is, and you got to be comfortable working with matrices and tensors. Um, my own approach to AI is like actually very, like I do very little math in what I do. I mean, lately I've had to do a bit more of it, and I don't like it. Just takes me longer because I haven't focused on that. But I still get it done. If you want if like you kind of have to pick, right? Like you have to either go engineering heavy or math heavy. If you're not just one of the people who can do both. Um I'm more engineering heavy and that just means like do stuff, right? The most effective way to get started is to get started. Like pick a thing that you can build and build it, right? And like learn what you need to do along the way to do that. Don't pick like when you're new, you don't want to pick some like ridiculously ambitious thing that you're not going to be able to actually complete. Um, here, I actually did like a very dumb electronics AI thing when I was, I don't know, 16. What is it? Does this site still work? Yeah. All right, here. I did this in like, I don't know, a few days. I just like, I wrote up some like, if you call this a schematic, it's a schematic. And like, I wired some basic flex sensors to an Arduino and then ran a K nearest neighbor on this thing. And then that you get like very basic crappy gesture recognition in a glove. Like, you can do stuff like that. You can do substantially more sophisticated stuff, right? Welcome, folks. Okay, loading still works. So 30 seconds to train a model, pull the model down from where I saved it on Neptune and eval is pretty nice. It's like a good work loop. I guess we get sweeps. We make sure sweeps works. What about all this other auto-tune stuff? I really don't care about it right now, to be honest. I kind of want to just like be done with working on this for right now. Why don't we just like commit what I have and find something else to do here? You write the main functionality in C++ and then use pybind. No. So our M's are written in C, and then they're bound with the Python C API. I think Puffer is like 30, probably 30 some odd thousand lines of C now. For all the M's, we have like 20 M's. And then the actual core of Puffer is just a few thousand lines of Python with PyTorch. Mind you, heavily optimized, but we're just using PyTorch for training. And now, mind you, there are a few things in the middle that like make everything fast. So, for instance, we're not doing a ton of redundant data copies. We're processing like a few gigabytes of data per second. So redundant copies are really bad. So like everything gets simulated into static shared memory, which is nice. We've cut out like a lot of the overhead that's usually there in RL, and then we just have like a really well optimized trainer. We technically could write a like a C++ PyTorch trainer, but I don't think that there's really much point in it, because like there's a lot of freaking overhead in the C++ PyTorch API anyways. A lot of like binding overhead and crap. If it had like a nice C API or a nice like minimal C++ API that wasn't so bloated, then I would be tempted to do it. But I don't even think you get much out of doing that at this point. Okay, how do we do CUDA fallback? Can you do CUDA fallback real quick? Oh, we did do CUDA fallback, right? It's to use .bin and puffernet. You can't use .pt. How do you generate the .bin? So, let me show you. So puffernet is just for the demos on the website, right? It's just so that we can load stuff into pure C, and we can run networks on the site. So we have a little script, which I have not updated for a while, but we're going to make it work for release. And this is it. We just go through the parameters and concatenate them and save them to a file. That's it. And then we have, we have a test. So when we update the operations in puffernet, we have a test such that when we make a net in puffer, with puffernet, it's identical to the way that the network behaves in Torch. That's all. Okay, so Spencer said that this got like way slower. Okay, doesn't import now. Which branch is it in? Because I was on dev and I searched for .bin. We might manually rename them. I honestly don't remember, but it's just well, I'm about to push this thing which has like the code in here. Let me just find it for you. Okay, it's just this. Let me link this to you. This is all it is. And then it gets loaded from the C. I mean, again, we don't use this for like our actual like the demos that we run locally. We run those like loading in those nets. We often just run them through Python. It's that when it's mostly for when we compile the demos to web that we run everything pure C. You can compile it locally as well, I guess. But yeah. Yeah, so this didn't install anything, which is kind of weird. See if this makes it. I think Ray has it. For that bot. Welcome all the YouTube folks. We are currently getting the entry points for PufferLib to work nice and cleanly. So from CLI, you'll just be able to do like puffer train or puffer eval, whatever, in addition to using the library normally. So like you have an option to run training just from the pip package. No export mode available on my version. Yeah, because it was a separate script. We had like a save net flat.py or whatever. It's like 5 lines of code. It's literally just iterate over weights and then concatenate them all together. That's all it is. And like, you know, if you train a model and you run it in Python and the model plays the game, and then you load it into C and the model doesn't play the game, it's probably loaded wrong, right? Okay, so this thing is still not making bindings, which is weird. We'll see if this does it. In the meantime, I want to go look at how Ray does it. Okay, so there's Ray train thing. Oh, is this not it? I thought they had like a CLI thing. I just want to see their entry points, man. They have entry points in here? Okay, so what's up with Muon? It's just good. So you should use it. It's our default. Do they not have a setup.py? Wait. They have a ton of dot files. Huh. Why does Bet say his GPU can't? Oh, I don't know, man. It's like... that would be weird. I didn't think there was a GPU requirement on it, but if Bet says there is, then there might be. It's probably because of Heavy Ball, like, compiling everything super weird. I've been meaning to mess with that. Distributions can specify console scripts entry point. Create a command line wrapper for each entry point. How does it do this? Is there like a dot entry points or like something? Or how does it make the entry points? We can just like, I bet this will expose it. This exit. Okay, so it makes... it just makes like a weird CLI thing, I guess. Oh, and it just puts it in bin as well. So like this probably has to have... this probably has to have it probably has to have a dash, not spaces. Annoying. Unless I make... yeah, I'd have to make like a custom bind thing. Which defeats the point of like breaking all these things up, right? Yeah. You really should be able to do... you really should be able to do like more than this, I would think. It's just the entry points API itself is kind of limited. Entry points.text. Wait, the name may contain any characters, but it cannot start or end with any white space character. So wait, then this can have white space in the middle. Cannot start or end. Okay. So let's try this. If I do can I get it to be like puffer train, puffer eval, puffer sweep? That'd be nice. Solve Sudoku. It just hasn't solved a Sudoku with less than 37. And it starts taking like 3 hours per solve. What? Wait, 37 numbers. Isn't it 9 by 9? So it's 81. I mean, it's 80. I'm pretty sure we could make that much better. I don't know how hard that of a Sudoku that is. Like 37 numbers. I've like not really done many Sudoku. Six out of 10. 10 being almost impossible. Docs graphs. And the graph goes up. You have a graph. Or did we say this was user bin? The user bin local or something? And it's not there anymore. Increasing mem size. Name does not seem to be good here. Python entry with spaces. Subcommands. Okay. So click does this. What I've seen is all log scale. Joke is simply harder, need to make it easier with backtracking, or I have another bug. If it's your PPO implementation, then I guarantee you have lots of bugs. Simply because it's not easy to do that correctly. Anyone know how to do command groups in an easy way to do? Is there like an easy way that doesn't require me to use like external libraries? Hard parse or click. I guess it would just be you'd have to add something to the bottom of it, right? Oh wait, this a thing? My package dot subcommand. Hang on. Does this make any sense? This does not seem like a good answer. Entry points. What's the difference between console scripts and this? What I want to know. Register entry points under arbitrary group name. So this is a special entry point. These are not automatically turned into scripts, but can be discovered. Okay, so this doesn't actually create any scripts. I see. So I think then the easiest thing would be is if I really want this, I need to do like a very short switch if statement thing. Like it would just be like I do something like this, I guess. How long? I mean, I guess this isn't terrible if I just do it this way. All right. And what's this takes like args, quargs, or whatever? I guess it'll get from like sysargv. There. Try this. Let's see if this gives us the behavior we want. and then you have to argv pop it. And not import. Okay, so now this entry point works. The entry point actually does work, but we have weird compile shenanigans now. You see breakout anywhere? I only see a bunch of Scython. I don't see my other extensions getting built. You know what I did actually try to do? So this actually should give me something right here, right? Yeah, there's C extensions. Path is Ocean Breakout Binding C. Yeah, this is the correct sources. Seems like correct binding as well. Very screwy. Doesn't give me like even the copy messages anymore of like building the thing. C build X. Oh, dummy. Well, no, it's supposed to do. It is supposed to do this, right? Build C. So it does make the binding, but now it doesn't copy it? Really? Yeah, did you figure anything out for that? It is building, but it's not copying. Because freaking setup tool sucks, but... Just deleted the file manually. Huh. That's bizarre. Very much bizarre. Sure. Is there a manifest? I have to, like... That doesn't do anything either. Okay. Let me copy that file for now. Okay. This works. I bet if I go like... This probably doesn't work, right? Yeah. That's fine. We just have to fix global path. you get Dur to show everything. Limited backtracking. Autocomplete. Okay, this does something. Hmm. That seems like that ought to have worked, right? Oh. Backtracking, seemingly. What did you implement? This runs. Now this runs. Cool. Allowing neural net to change a square after it's numbered 1. Still not allowed to edit the starting hints. Oh yeah, that makes sense. You're gonna probably have to give it like a time budget or something, because like eventually it'll solve stuff. Probably just take forever. I think we're on to figuring out. I mean, there are obviously some more things to do, but I think we can start sort of trying to figure out the packaging of this. I think that's probably a good thing to do. I mean, it's a little bit annoying that we had to do this thing, but I think it's fairly clean overall. Be a lot less confusing. Because like even if you like look at this from here, you just go to train and boom, you're immediately at. The fact I have two train functions, one in puffer and one outside, is a little sketch. I think for now this is substantially better. All right, I'm gonna go walk around, do a couple quick things, and then we will start on packaging. Be right back. Okay. Packaging. If I just if I just do this, what happens? What did it just? What did it just do? Oh, it should be in dist, right? All right, so it has a bunch of Raylib stuff. This does not have the binding file. But I think we still have the same issue, which we should probably just fix locally first. Do we have to like list out all the things to include? Is that the thing? We didn't have to do this before. Something changed. You would think that this would do something. I could get every C file in the directory, I guess. I don't think that's the issue though, right? Because it is building, it's just not copying. So manifest.in Does this have to go in manifest? Find namespaces, find packages. PufferLib is a temporary location, yeah. Did you see the difference? Did you post a thing? So wait, what's this graph then? Because I thought this was like number of positions that are set. You should also probably run this thing with a random policy for comparison. Numbers less than 81. Y-axis is time. What? Okay. Typically one makes the x-axis time. Okay. Missing package data. Manifest.I. So yeah, it's one of these. Include the package directory. I didn't sleep just here. Well, you should probably do that. I have done that before. It's not fun. I think the worst I've ever done was I was at like this summer thing. Where's the damn thing? Do I have it on here? Yeah, this frickin' thing is the worst I've ever done. So this was like, I think I did this when I was 16. So I was taking a Stanford course like over the summer with like a bunch of undergrads or whatever. And I think like a quarter of the class finished this project, to give you an idea. I had the most compact design there. And I started off like finishing this thing, like the final like work session to finish this thing. I was already starting off super sleep deprived. And then I was up doing this for I think like 65 out of 70 hours or something ridiculous. Just in the lab. That was ridiculous. It's kind of fun to remember that if, like, oh yeah, I did a couple ridiculous things, but like, God, I do not want to do that shit anymore. Sleep for 15 hours in like 5. Yeah, you should probably do that. Should also probably like get up and walk around once in a while. You can just drop dead from blood clots. Like that is a thing that happens to people. 81 to 52, very nice. You should probably like play the policy and like watch it to see what it's doing at some point. 81 to 20. 81 minus 51. I have no metric for how hard those are. We will see the policies when you are in a state to like, actually clean up env and like put source code together, and then maybe we can throw Muon at it, and I can throw we can see how fast things can get solved. Be a cool env PR. I believe the Sudoku problem, like Sudoku is like the like second course in CS, one of the assignments for Stanford's like second CS course. If you need self.memory, probably 81. It's 9 by 9. Right? I don't know what self.memory is. I don't have a self.memory, so I'm assuming like you're backtracking or something. I don't know. They're 81 cells. Yeah, okay, you're doing something wrong. Yeah, you're doing something wrong. It's okay though. If you just like get the env nicely into the puffer format, like we can throw the power tools at it, right? And then you'll have some fun with that. Oh geez. Yeah, if that's what the train code looks like, you'll see quite a difference when you throw it at puffer. Like geez. How does this freaking work? No, you're writing like really unoptimized, like you're probably just writing ludicrously unoptimized code. Like realistically, we can get your Sudoku thing training at like probably 200,000 steps per second on a CPU with Puffer, including an LSTM. So, yeah. Yeah, so this actually does it. So it just needs to have all these extension paths. So this actually just worked, huh? Big map. Holy. That's cool. That's very cool. Drive all over there. Very nice. You are having more fun than I am. Packaging is crap. Okay, we did update the 5.5, I believe. Weird how it copies frickin' everything. Build error. What the hell is this? Downloading Rail. Did it actually? Oh, download Raylib. 53. This works. Not a gzip, not a bzip. Invalid header. Well, I think we probably just need to do a clean setup of all this stuff at some point here, right? I guess we are kind of ready to do the release testing in a sense, because like anything else we should change wouldn't really mess with it very much. My goal is to make enough progress on this that I do not have to do this on Saturday, because I think if I spend all day doing release bullshit on Saturday, I'm gonna go nuts. Hey, Plasma. Here, let me show you the latest. So we still have this tiny thing at the bottom, but other than that, we've got load config, got load policy, load env. We've got all the individual functions. This is the train function now. And you can do this. You can do puffer train. So that should hopefully be reasonable. I figured I'd work on big map because I can't diagnose why training speed dropped. Hang on. It should be getting. Well, I'll have to figure that out for you. Something's weird there. Better, yeah. Okay. Open. Platform tar gzip. Could not be opened successfully. Huh. Did something move or whatever? Cause oh, they have just .zips now. They moved wait, no. The WebAssembly is tar zip. Okay. Dang it. I like new puffer train. It's smooth. Thank you. I'm working on it, man. I'm gonna have to take a break on Saturday and like do something else. I don't know if I start algorithm research, or if I like come help you on M's or something. But like release work is just freaking so boring, and I do not work well when I'm bored, like at all. What are we getting now? These stupid error messages. Breakpoint. That like blew up a surprising amount for a random retweet. We have a real error message here. URL now. Okay, so we do have a real error message. Platform. What the hell's the URL on this thing? PufferLib 5.5. Download 5.5. Raylib 5.5. WebAssembly.zip. Oh, and then it's probably this R lights plus platform. Well, this is not bound. Where the hell is it? 17 hint solve. You should probably render it to make sure it's doing what you expect. It is? Very good. It's kind of surprising if you're able to get that to work on like some random trainer. Oh, we have our first visitors. Hang on, a picture of these guys. I put a bird feeder out and we have 2 bright yellow orioles. Three of them. That was very nice. This thing has been up for a day and a half, and these are the first ones that have come to get it. I'm going to be momentarily distracted because I actually don't ever think I've seen one of those. Huh. There they go. Okay. Okay, so this doesn't exist. Okay, this totally does exist. Do you think for bigger maps, I'll need to set up A star to set mini goals? Um, no idea. I think if we get the sim right, we can probably actually get like a pretty darn cool, like efficient routing to goal result, right? Where like instead of just completion rate, we can actually get a metric that's like, you know, um, time to goal or something, and we can actually get something that continues to improve. If you actually have like superhuman solve with RL, that's pretty cool. Like that will be a pretty darn cool environment. Okay, so this is how it works. All right, so this builds. Hmm. Okay, so our lights here is apparently not the URL we were looking for. Probably this one. Want like the raw URL? Okay. At what point does it become easier when you have fewer hints? Never? If it's 0 hints, I can just fill in whatever, no? I can just fill in any valid board. Okay, well this says it installs. Undefined symbol, blah 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 blah. Lovely. You'll contradict yourself? Really? You're telling me it's easier to like fill in the last whatever than like it is to just come up with any random board? No way. Can I not just do like... There's gotta be like some basic ass pattern, no? Oh, look at that. Wait, 3? Huh? Look at the spam we get these days. Do we need underscore C? You fill the first 3x3 grid. That seems very weird. Like with 0 hints, if I get one board right, I can just keep reusing it everywhere. Well, I mean, it can totally, if you like train it on 0 hints and like it randomly does stuff, when it eventually finds the solution, it will hard code it into the weights. How the heck can it possibly be that difficult? I don't know, I never did frickin' Sudoku. Orioles are back. I am a simple creature. The goal was to get Orioles, Cardinals, and Bluebirds. So far, we have just seen the Orioles here. Yeah, so this still does not import. Wait. It actually put a puffer fish. Look at this. Puffer. Ah. Ridiculous. Need to build. Okay, so now it's building. Freaking Grok. This still doesn't have PufferLib_C. Oh, it's not designed to build. Oh, it doesn't build extensions. Duh. Because it's SDist. Well, how the heck do you generate the damn things then? Because otherwise it would be like a exponential, like 81 deep search. Like there've got to be a lot of valid boards for you to even be able to generate the things, right? It's like you just start filling in numbers. Isn't the algorithm like to generate the things? You just start filling in numbers and then like backtrack until you get a valid solve and then like delete some of the numbers. Those two things don't add up. Maybe this is it? Are you double checking that this thing is actually doing what you think it is? Hmm. I mean, if it actually works, then that'll be a pretty darn cool end, I will say. Well, I just know how what a pain RL is to get working when you don't have puffer tools. Just double check a thing. Maybe like a -10 hint solve next. Heck is this? I gotta double check Gmail. Read graph wrong. We still don't have this package, which is weird. Really. I guess we should be able to tell just from, what gets copied, huh? I don't see this copying. Extensions, maybe? I'm telling you, just get it set up for Puffer, and like whatever you're getting will make it way better. Like our implementation kind of just sets Soda on everything out of the box. It's pretty good. You'd hope it would be with the amount of work I've friggin' put into it. Okay, now it's actually copying the files. Oops. See if this builds. This thing still doesn't frickin' exist? Like, you kidding me? MSV. What? Is this an actual issue? Weird. We now do have _C. And the wheel file has right, the wheel file should actually have the right stuff in it. Yeah, so we have extensions, you see? And how did we get the _C build? Because it's the name of the torch extension, right? Torch sources. Then we have like torch. And build should run both, right? So we do like build. Yeah. So why does this not run? Okay, still no. I do editable or something? Because it's not installing it here, right? It's like... Okay, so you can't do editable of a zip. So I guess I just have to find where this gets installed. Doesn't seem to where... Oh, that's info. Okay. There's the binding file that we want. And there's the _C file. Right? Sources need to be included in manifest. Okay, let's check that. Yep, that's everything, right? They're all included. Hmm. From PufferLib _C. Okay. So it can't link. Try this. Okay, still doesn't work. And depends on everything. You got it working? So obnoxious that this, like, these chats just break. No, I mean, we have, do I think it's linking against the wrong libc? Something? God damn. Made available by Torch. Okay, hang on. Nope. Okay, so now we're back to the same error. So this thing was completely freaking wrong. What the heck is wrong with this thing? Undefined symbol. Portjit parse schema. JIT 11. What exactly does Muon change? It's a different optimizer. It's not just Muon anymore. We have more stuff in there that's like, Puffer implementation is just better at this point, you know? What's different about it that is better than Atom? Fancy math. If you really want, I have a chat with a bunch of very fancy optimizer folks who will explain loads upon loads of second order approximations to you. Would I understand it? Probably not. You could probably understand the high level idea of it though. It's a second order approximation. You're approximating the curvature of the lost landscape with some math that I haven't frankly even bothered to check the details of. Because like there are a whole bunch of these that technically try to do this. I don't know why their approximation is better or what it does specifically. There is a paper though. You can like check the there's an archive paper or whatever. God damn it. It actually was the fucking build isolation. Fucking Python devs. God. Such fucking dog shit. God damn it. Ugh. I hate these fucking Python engineers that just come up with dumb bullshit best practices. Best practice. Let's do the whole fucking build in an isolated setup where we reinstall Torch under the hood without telling you and install the wrong version, because this is going to make you very happy. Shitters. Fucking hell. I was thinking about it. I do try to keep this more professional, though, than my streams. At Guido, fuck you in particular. God damn it. I'm gonna go figure out how the hell we make sure this doesn't happen in practice. Let me use the restroom. Let me go walk around a bit and lift some weights and shit, and then we'll finish this. That's so stupid. Like, who the hell thought this was a good idea? Right? Like, we're going to ignore the fact that you have gigabytes of packages installed system-wide and that the Python installer sucks. We're going to reinstall everything from scratch in like a container that we're not going to tell you about. We're going to get the versions wrong because fuck you. And then you're going to debug it. Blind. Oh, and we're not even going to tell you this option exists. It's just in some random pep. So, like, have fun. I swear, the devs of, like, the tooling for this language are just assholes. It's like, and also, did you notice, like, it's been, like, virtualization by default now? It's like, you need a venv by default to do anything. If you need a venv by default to do anything, even in a Docker container, your language is ass. Well, I feel way better. Hey, Classic. We build PufferLib around here. Ultra high performance reinforcement learning toolkit. And we're almost ready to ship our next update. We just figured out why the package wasn't building. We're gonna have to figure out what do we do about it. Nice to meet you as well. So technically, this is just sucky because like the requirement is that the torch version used for build is the same as the torch version that you have on your system, right? Gotta love this chat. These chats breaking after 3 messages. No, I mean all the LLMs are bad. Like they're all bad. They're gonna just keep like leapfrogging each other every couple months though for the foreseeable future. So like you can either subscribe to everything and then like hop around them constantly, or you can just pick one and then keep using it unless the company massively screws up. And Grok is already included with Twitter anyways, so it's convenient enough. And the generation is fast. And like frankly all the platforms have screwy problems with like chats randomly dropping. I mean, all the language models are pretty dumb, frankly. You can like gaslight yourself into thinking that they're good, but they're really not. external. Wait, how do I mark it as external? Huh? Wait. That doesn't make sense. Okay, so it's like the thing is this thing here it just generated me like paragraphs and paragraphs, and this is all bullshit. This is completely wrong. I mean, I can technically. What I can do technically here. What type of error was it? Import error. Okay, we'll try this. This is probably decent enough. I've got all these damn bug bites, and I'm like so freaking paranoid that I've got ticks on me. There's so many of them around here. But I think I'm fine. I'm in Maryland. I'm on a farm, so it's like tons of stuff, and I run as well around, so it sucks. You get like normal bug bites, and then it's like I don't know, is it a tick? Literally, like I'll go running in the morning, and I'll just be the whole time I'm running, I'll just be like pulling bugs that are biting me off my back. Freaking bugs, man. There's something wrong here, like... Hang on. Phone and take a picture. So I can, like, freaking see. It's in, like, this blind spot where I can't reach. And we'll go back to dev. There's literally nothing there. No idea. We actually have not really had any mice problems, surprisingly. Alright, so... I mean, that at least fixes it enough, right? So we do have pip installable package now. Let's see if we can actually run it. No config for env name puffer breakout. Really? Right here. Yeah, we have the default. We literally have this default. Oh, I bet you config is not in the resources. That's gotta be it. All the ini files. Oops, with no build isolation. Could work without build isolation, right? Alright. Up for train. No config, really? We should see stuff getting included here. Ocean. No configs. Ah. Packaging, no fun. No fun at all. Still no? Do we still not have the config files in there? No, we do. Look, see, we have config files in here now. Uh-huh. Yeah, we got our configs. So, what gives, right? PufferLib config. Yeah, this totally works. Now, should be in the same directory as well. Okay, let's just breakpoint here. I actually want to specifically know build app. Nathaniel J. Smith. This guy is a moron. Cool. Thank you for screwing over Python. Cool, we get a breakpoint. User local. Wait, what's pufferdir? Okay. This should totally have a breakout in it, right? Huh? Wait, this suddenly works. Oh. But wait, then how? Was something just cached weird, I guess? this works. If it does, we have basic packaging done, and we can do other things, which would be very nice. I got 45 minutes before dinner, and I do not want to keep doing this. Cool. So then you can do puffer train. Actually, I want to go, let's go up a dir, and let's see what happens. All right, we have experiments, and then we have our model file, right? So we just do puffer eval. Boom. Except this model doesn't seem to be loading correctly because it sucks. Is that the case? Hmm. Well, that's weird. Policy load state dict. Because you've already passed it to puffer is the thing. I think we'll go look at the experiment results that we've had running after this to ship this up. Is the Python requirement greater than or equal to 3.12 for PufferLib? It should not be. I think that would be too far ahead to go, right? What's the current Python release versioning? So technically it should be 3.9 or 3.10. It should be what we require. Possibly 3.10. I don't think anyone's still on 3.9 so much anymore. Yeah, 3.12 would be too recent of a rec. Dude, how's this still not work? How's this still not work? Well, at least we can, this stupid thing, I can tell by how long it's taking. It's trying to install yet another version of Torch. We are going to just fix this policy loading thing real quick first. Buffer. So this model's not very good, apparently. Oh, dummy. This is for training. Load config. Was it load policy? I see. So load model path actually has to do a thing. A bit inconvenient. There we go. Okay, that has been a lot of obnoxious packaging done. Finally. No more Strawberry Man. Okay, let's go look at the experiments. We still have to write docs. I actually got a bunch of this stuff done today for packaging, but we still have to write docs. Ah. Alright, how's this doing? Okay, so rel time, this thing does not particularly well. And this one does terribly. Well, that's worth figuring out what the heck went wrong there. Hey, Weston. Yeah. Get myself set up with Wanby. Yeah, you should do that. Just look at some of our code so you don't make a mess. Just like look at like the snake code or something. Group Discord page. Your YouTube channel, I want. We have a Discord. Discord.gg/puffer. Got like 1,100 people in it or whatever. To what extent do I think this is bad defaults versus bad eval? Why don't we take a look? It's not like we're just stuck and not exploring hyperparam space, right? It's wand B, but I mean that's kind of what they get for naming it that, right? It's gonna be Wandy B. And you know, if they don't like that, they can call the Wambulance. It's pretty funny because I've seen them given presentations where like they clearly instructed the presenter to like enunciate wand B. uh. All right, I think that what we have to do here, I'm a bit confused here. All I did was set some better default ranges. The one that's really bad is the mazes. Can we figure out what happened to the mazes? Because these should get like way better perf. It's weird, you know, because like it looks like it's finding good params and then the score just sucks. Like it's sweeping all reasonable ranges here. Oh. Okay. Well, this'll do it, right? No, we actually... Was this a good run or not? Okay, no, this is a still screwy run. Okay, this is the good run. This runs for way longer, right? So this is just deciding to not do that. Oh, I bet I know what's happening. Take a little look at some of our sweep stuff to correct for this. total time steps equals args of train of total time steps. This is in the wrong spot. This needs to go here. Let's see if this alone solves it. So we have our new, we've got our new code here. Yeah, quite some changes. Be solid work today. Fucking I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to set it so that Python just does no build isolation, and it does an editable, like it does no build isolation, it does break system packages by default on our Dockers. Because this VM shit is just so stupid. Like, those are both just dumb peps, right? They're both just like dumb virtualization peps. Upper train works. Yeah, there we go. And we will see whether this this works or not. And I guess that we do sweep. Boom. We will see how this does. Hopefully should be decent. If that's just the bug, then we should be able to actually get better results out of our sweeps from that. Because it's been pushing everything to like min time steps or whatever. Oops. Would you recommend I scrap 1B and use Neptune? You can try either one. I prefer Neptune personally, and I think that they both have free versions. We are making progress on this sweep stuff. Like, I'm starting to figure out the last remaining variables that are screwing with things. And hopefully we should really be able to launch all the sweeps from there. Okay, it's 5:40. See if anybody's asking for stuff in the Discord. Actually, I wouldn't mind taking a look at your Sudoku code real quick if you'd like me to. Let me go do a couple quick sets though. I gotta get a swivel for this chair. Literally no way to get in this chair. Okay. Go code. Whatever is easiest. Why don't you have your code on GitHub? Man, put your code on GitHub. Like, editing shit locally is just dumb. Like, you're gonna be fine for like 99% of the time, And then you're eventually gonna lose a file. Have shit on GitHub. Like by default. It is on GitHub, then DM me the link. What are you doing? Or put it in chat or whatever. You're supposed to do that. No. It's crazy how much of a difference sleep makes. Like, honestly, lately, I've been starting to suspect I don't even have, like, particularly shit athletic genetics. It's just straight up that when I was younger, like, I wasn't sleeping at all. So, like, yeah, you're gonna be near last in everything if you're sleeping 4 hours a night and everyone else is sleeping 7 or 8. I swear I don't know how you randomly run a 6-minute mile. Like, I'm training and I'm almost at the point where I think I could probably do a 7. Like, I did a 6:30 pace 1 kilometer interval the other day. I'm 5'9", it doesn't make that big of a difference. We do have the 195 bench for 12, though. I'm starting to get my pressing strength back at the very least. Touch and go 195 for 12, not paused, but still. Weston, where's code? I gotta go in like 10. I wanna take a quick look. Plates +5. I've done 20 on like a plate and change or whatever. It's weird, like, it takes a while to get used to training that way, though. Like, I don't even think I recently did 135 for like 20 or 25, whatever it was. I don't think I could have done that when I hit my like 265 single. I don't think I could have done a plate for 20. You have to train high reps if you want to be able to do high reps. You have to train strength if you want to be strong. I will say I'm absolutely loving the super squat back there. I haven't used it for squatting once. I've been just using it for push press, and it's great. Like, very quickly just become my favorite movement. What'd you get done today? We have a dev build with of the pit package. We also have entry points, so you can just do this from anywhere on your system. You can do puffer train. And then wherever you are, it'll just like, it'll save the checkpoints there. Puffer train. I actually still have to read that repo more. Puffer train, yep. Well, there's a default, right? The defaults are breakout, but like... So then what I can do is puffer eval. Whoops. And that'll just work from the pip package. And you can actually pull files down from Neptune or Wandby as well. You can load stuff from there. You can run like everything from this. Getting just latest is kind of hard from like Neptune. Query get. Google Deep Moon. What? The hell? These are things I'm sure were very funny with no sleep. So you did multi-discrete, I guess? Wait, 0 to 70. Oh no, I see what you did. Okay, that's fine. Oh geez. Oh, David stopped by? Wait, when did he must have stopped by late then? Do they have a better model than the puffer one yet? I don't think so. We try to ship them good models. Wait, this is dude, this is off policy PPO. This is like not supposed to work at all. Right? When does this memory get reset? Oh no, never mind. Okay, it's still on policy. You're fine. So it's funny you're doing batch. You're doing this batched, right? So you don't have mini batching at all. Oh gosh, the nested functions. Yeah, you're definitely going to be able to do a heck of a lot. Like, you got too many variables. Like, if you want to make your own training implementations, you should do them on an existing model, or I mean an existing environment. And if you want to make your own environment, you should use an existing training implementation. It'll be way easier. I mean, here, like, port the M to C and try it on Puffer and see how it works. There'll be some good engineering experience for you as well. You'll get to do some C. You should get some sleep first, otherwise you're going to make a mess of it. I am about to go get dinner, though, so I think I will be back after dinner to look at some experiments. I gotta figure out a couple other things I can do. I might even start looking at, like, what research I want to start working on next, because I'm going crazy from doing release stuff. Yeah, so for folks watching, thanks for stopping by. It's been a pretty darn good stream day. All my stuff's free and open source, so if you want to check that out, it's at puffer.ai. You can help me out for free by starting the repository. That really helps. And if you want to get involved with dev, like, most of our top contributors came in with no RL background at all. So if you know how to program and you want to do some AI and, like, do some really hardcore, ultra high performance dev, join Discord. Also follow me on X, where I occasionally post reinforcement learning things. Other than that, thanks, and I will be back probably after dinner.